Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, our distinguished delegates of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, Asia Southeast Division, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a special event today, the 9th Divisional Meeting of the UNGEGN Asia Southeast Division in 2021. This event is held by the Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, or BIG, as the Secretariat of the UNGEGN Asia Southeast Division. Let me introduce myself. I am Tika Dwi Saputri, and it is my pleasure to be able to host this huge and important event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, please allow me to inform you about the meeting rules. First, make sure your display name is fit to the format, which is your country _ your full name. Second, the organizer will mute your microphone. So you have something to convey, please click the raise hand button and turn on your camera while you speak. Third, find yourself a quiet spot to attend this meeting. Fourth, during the presentation of country reports, distinguished delegates are able to present their own presentation. Fifth, while taking a photo session, please turn on your camera. Sixth, the host will record this meeting for documentation. And lastly, please fill the attendance form through the link prepared by the organizer. Distinguished delegates, for the opening, we would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Arif Shafi'i, the Deputy of Base Geospatial Information of the BIG, as the Chairman of the UNGEGN Asia Southeast Division, to give the opening remarks. Let's give a big applause for him. Mr. Arif, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. So I hope all of you can hear me because we already checked. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this 9th Divisional Meeting of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, or UNGEGN Asia Southeast Division. And on behalf of the ASE Division Secretariat, we welcome all distinguished delegates from Bhutan, Brunei Darussalam, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. So we are very happy to hear that Bhutan and Sri Lanka also join us. We have been a long time not hearing from you. And unfortunately, today we miss Thailand. So I hope they are in good condition and health, and hopefully in the next meeting, they can also join us. And also Indonesia, the delegates. I particularly would like to extend my warm welcome also to Ms. Cecile Blake, who is joining us today on behalf of the UNGEGN Secretariat. Let me also take this opportunity to express my solidarity with the member countries who have been impacted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Almost 2 years into this pandemic, many of us are still struggling to effectively contain this virus. It also affected the activities undertaken by the Secretariat of the UNGEGN Asia Southeast Division. Due to this outbreak of pandemic, there have been no international training course that we already planned, in-person seminars, and also formal meetings under auspice of the division. Instead, we organize a divisional meeting in virtual format. Hopefully, this pandemic will finish soon, and we can have a normal meeting in the next meeting. Distinguished delegates, despite the pandemic situation, the UNGEGN Asia Southeast Division has been good records and strong support of the UNGEGN's work it's been 2 years since we agreed to adopt the divisional work plan for 2019 to 2022 at the 7th Divisional Meeting in 2019. There are some progress and also challenges in running this work plan. I believe we should open a discussion regarding the matters in this event. Last but not least, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to all of the delegates taking their valuable time to participate in this important meeting. I do hope our meeting will run smoothly and there is no significant problem, including the connection problem, since we are attending this meeting through virtual technology. Let us move to our next agenda, the introduction of the delegates. So I think I would give opportunity to each delegate to introduce the delegates. Maybe we can start from according to the alphabet ascending. So start from Bhutan and then Brunei Darussalam, and then Laos, People's Democratic Republic, and then Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines. Oh, sorry, I missed Indonesia. After Laos, Indonesia first. Indonesia, and then Philippines, Singapore, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka. So I would give the opportunity first to delegates from Bhutan. Please introduce your delegates. Time is yours. Yeah.
Okay, good morning to everyone. My name is Gelen Orbu. I currently work as the director at National Land Commission. I'm being joined with by my two colleagues. One is Mr. Binay Tamang, who is the technical chief here. Come here. And we have Mr. Gungsang Wangde, who is the planning officer here. We are very excited to get this opportunity to attend the meeting. For me, I think this is the first time we are attending, and we are looking forward to what is in store for us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you from Bhutan. And then we welcome you very well. And then we continue to delegates from Brunei Darussalam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Norzaiti Haji Abdul Hamid from Survey Department. For this meeting will be joining by the Brunei Darussalam National Geographic Names Committee, which is also called JKNG, which consists of a few agencies in Brunei Darussalam, part of the JKNG. And here we have we have here the secretariat as well. Rafida, I think the secretariat know her very well, and also Puan Saryawati, and also from the museum, I think, and also from the Language and Literature Bureau. Yeah, and then there are other agencies which cannot make it for this meeting. So there will be a presentation letter which we will be presented by our colleague here, Puan Rafida. Yeah, I think that's all from Brunei. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Zati Hamid. The next one from Indonesia. Maybe Indonesia will be represented by Dr. Ade Komara. But I think before Pak Ade, I also have to introduce myself. So I forgot to introduce myself. I'm sorry. So my name is Muhammad Arif Shafi. You may call me Arif. So I'm the chair of the UNGEGN Asia Southeast Asia Division from 2018 to 2022. So hopefully after April 2022, there will be a new chairmanship from one of you. So okay, currently I'm working for Agency of Geospatial Information of Indonesia, and I'm in charge as the Deputy Chairman for Basic Geospatial Information. So the other delegates member will be introduced by Pak Ade Komara. Please, Pak Ade.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me introduce the Indonesian delegation for today's meeting. My name is Ade Komara Mulyana. Currently, I'm the head or director for the Topographic Mapping and Toponyms Center in Geospatial Information Agency or BIJ in Indonesia. Together with me, we have a technical team from BIG that also function as the secretariat of the Asia Southeast Division, and we will be later accompanied by representatives from other ministries such as Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Marine and Fishery Affairs, and also from our some of our other agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ade. Next from Laos, People Democratic Republic. Please introduce the delegates. From Laos, is there any?
Good morning,
Okay,
everyone.
please, yeah, thank you. Okay, please continue.
Respect to the chairman of the meeting. My name is Amalake Onuchan, Deputy Director, Channel of the National Geographic Department, Ministry of Home Affairs. We are pleased to join the meeting today and also willing to learn and share the experience together on the survey and mapping work, especially in the field of geographical names. And here we are today, our team from our staff, and we try answer the meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Laos. And then we continue to Malaysia. Please introduce the delegate. Malaysia, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Surveyor Suhaimi bin Rashidi, Deputy Director General of Survey and Mapping Malaysia. And I'm also acting as a Director of Survey and Mapping since the previous director was retired 1.5 months ago. And together with me is Mr. Wandrani. He's a director, division director in mapping division. And Mr. Hazri is also in a mapping division. So we are very grateful that we will join together with everybody here in a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you from Malaysia. And then next from Myanmar, please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and everybody. I am Mr. Zayatwe, Director of the International Boundary and Civil Construction Survey Division, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation. This is the first time I am attending for this National Geographic naming system meeting. I hope I will study and I can get a lot of knowledge regarding with the geographic naming systems. And we will discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you from Myanmar. And next from Philippines, time is yours.
Good morning. My name is Leo Grafil. I'm currently the officer in charge of the cartography division. Joining me today is our assistant director, Brian De La Cruz, and also the chief of photogrammetry division, Nicandro Pareno, and my colleagues. So we're looking forward into this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you from Philippines. And then next from Singapore.
Hi, hi everyone. Good morning to everyone, and especially to the chairman. Now, we have 3 delegates. I'll intro myself first, then followed by Hua Sing, and then by Max Heng. Now, my name is King Peng, which has already been in this circuit for many years, since 2006. Been a veteran in this UNGEGN. My role in Singapore, I'm the Singapore Chief Surveyor, or you can call it the Survey General in other country. So my role is to look after the cadastral survey or the property boundaries in Singapore. So basically this is what I'm doing, and a bit of any other scope as well. Yeah. So I'll end it here, and I'll let Mr. Tan Hua Sing to introduce himself, and then later Max Heng from MFA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peng. So nice to see you again. So a long time now. See.
Yep.
Okay, we continue to Sri Lanka.
No, there's another colleague of mine to introduce.
Okay.
Mr. Tan Hua Sing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, I'm Tan Hua Sing, Jimmy. I've been attending the UNGEGN ASED meetings. I think this is the third or fourth one already. So I'm actually from the Singapore Land Authority as well, same like Mr. So King Peng. I'm from the Survey and Geomatics Division, so we take care of the national mapping and precise positioning infrastructure in Singapore. Later on, I will do a very brief country report, where I will share more on what we've been doing. With that, probably over to my colleague, Max Heng.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. And then we continue to Sri Lanka. Oh, Sri Lanka, can you hear me? Oh, it seems already confirmed, but not joining yet, maybe. Okay, we can, while waiting, we can continue the introduction of delegation to Vietnam. Please, Vietnam, time is yours. Vietnam. Oh, seems not joining yet. Okay. Since we are honored now that representative from UNGEGN Secretariat also joined this meeting. So, Ms. Cecil Blake, I will give the opportunity to you to introduce to all of the delegation. Please, the time is yours. Huh? Oh, not joining yet. Okay. Not joining yet also. Okay. Distinguished delegates, that we can continue to the next agenda. But before that, I think I would like to inform you that at the same time, in the same location, right now, we also conduct a gazetteer meeting, national gazetteer meeting. So this is one of the event that for preparing the gazetteer, national gazetteer of Indonesia, and representative from the local government also attend the meeting in the other room. And hopefully that until tomorrow, hopefully after the meeting, we will publish the Gazetteer of Indonesia of 2021. So maybe that's only for your information. So we can continue the agenda to adoption of the agenda. The slide, please. Okay, distinguished delegates, this is the provisional agenda. There are 11 agenda. The first one is opening of the meeting. I think we already done that. And then introduction to delegates is also we have done this. And then the next agenda, this agenda is adoption of the agenda. And then fourth agenda is the chairman's report. Then fifth agenda will be country reports from each country. Then the sixth agenda matters rising from the 8th Divisional Meeting of UNGEGN ASE Division. And then there are other matters. So we have several issues that we want to discuss in these other matters. And then we will discuss the proposed resolution or outcome. And then we will decide the date and venue for the next meeting, because usually we conduct this meeting in April or March or April. But since this pandemic outbreaks, and we have to move to another month. So whether we will continue this November or we will put back the schedule to April or March every year, we will discuss about this. And then the preparation and adoption of the report and closing of the meeting. So is there any comment from all of the delegates? So if there is a comment, please also, you may raise your hand or just turn on the microphone, and then feel free to speak. Can we, okay. You may open your microphone if there is something, or if we agree with this, then we can continue to the next agenda, which is the chairman's report. So I see no objection. So we can agree with this agenda, and we continue to the chairman's report. Okay, the slide, please. Okay. This is the chairman report. So Indonesia, as you aware, that was selected as a chair of the UNGEGN ASE Division during the 6th Divisional Meeting held in Manila, the Philippines, on 26 March 2018. The chairmanship shall be for a period of 4 years, from April 2018 to April 2020. So therefore, Indonesia requested UNGEGN ASE Division member countries to prepare to take over the chairmanship for the next period. And the activities of the UNGEGN ASE Division during this period of time we have 7 divisional meeting, and this 7 divisional meeting was held as a side event during the first session of UNGEGN in UN headquarters, New York, on the 1st of May 2019. And delegates from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia. Oh, I think we missed Cambodia also. This, yeah, we missed Cambodia also. This one. So Cambodia, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Singapore, and Thailand participated in this meeting. So in this 7 divisional meeting resolution, the attending members agreed to adopt the proposed UNGEGN ASE Division work plan of 2019 to 2022, and you may also see the details of the work plan in the website, and including the minutes of meeting. Then we also conduct the 8th divisional meeting. So due to this COVID outbreak impact, the 8th divisional meeting was held as virtual meeting on 27 October 2022 and hosted by Indonesia. And delegates from Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Vietnam, and representative of the UNGEGN Secretariat in New York participated in this meeting. So in the 8th divisional meeting resolution, the members agreed to follow up the UNGEGN ASE Division work plan, and then affirming the importance of the sharing of geographical names. So details of the meeting and the minutes of meeting is also available in the ASE Division website. The ASE Division also developed a collaborative platform. So the implementation of this is one of the 8 divisional meeting resolution. So this platform is actually a web application. It's a kind of a one-stop solution for several UNGEGN ASE Division resolution on generic terms, regional database, and also gazetted standard. And all ASE Division member countries can actively participate in the contributing the data through the platform. Using this method, each member can also be confident that the shared data is safe and up to date. So the website application can be accessed to in the website of UNGEGN ASE. So we also conduct a webinar on local language with the theme of recognizing generic terms in geographical names from local language on 30th of August 2021. The main focus of this webinar was to share knowledge about the relation between toponymy and language, the distribution of local language in ASE Division member countries, and the role of geospatial information in creating estimated distributed language map. The webinar took place as a live event and was subsequently published on Indonesia's social media platform. The webinar drew a massive interest with more than 350 attendees and hundreds of more viewers via online video streaming. So the webinar featured Mr. Ferjan Omeling as a keynote speaker that delivered the topic on the relation between toponymy and language. Also, Professor Multamia Lauder conveyed the presentation on language maps and generic terms in local language. The third topic was on local language and toponyms in the Philippines, presented by Mr. Melitan B. Waniko. And then the last presentation performed by head of BIG, Professor Aris Marfai. He delivered a presentation on geospatial information and geographical names standardization in Indonesia. The full webinar event can be also accessed at the UNGEGN ASE Division website. So regarding the training and seminar on toponymy, we have to postpone this seminar many times for safety reason. So due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the Secretariat has already projected the international training on toponymy to be conducted in 2022. But this is due to the situation. Hopefully, the situation next year will be much better than today, so we can have the training. And the Secretariat also had the discussion with the training convener and UNGEGN Secretariat on July 14, 2021 to proceed with the plan. So last week, there is a inaugural meeting of UNGEGN Bureau and Division Chairs. And on 19th of November 2021, and a representative from UNGEGN ASE Division, which is represented by Dr. Ade Komara, also attend this inaugural meeting. And we present the work and the operation of the division to the attendees at the time. So the meeting objective were to engage divisional leadership, listen and learn of geographical names, standardization, concern, and requirements. And the Asia Southeast Division was chosen because of its track record of success and strong support for UNGEGN's work. During the meeting, our representative conveyed the Asia Division's practices, experiences, and the progress of the divisional work plan, particularly the development of the UNGEGN ASE collaborative platform that we will also demonstrate to you today. So the meeting identified strategies, priorities, and action relevant to addressing specific divisional organization and operational issues, revitalizing an inactive division, strengthening UNGEGN Bureau and Division Chairs' involvement and contribution to the implementation of the strategic plan and program work for 2021 and 2029. So, distinguished delegates, the UNGEGN ASE Division Secretariat continues to take essential action to make progress on the UNGEGN ASE Division work plan as follows. UNGEGN ASE Division will follow up an intensive discussion and maintaining communication with ASE Division member countries to complete and improve regional database, gazetted standard, and generic terms. And UNGEGN ASE Division also has began to develop a division website through a collaborative platform to support regional data sharing and updating and maintaining the regional map and gazetteer and displaying the generic term from member countries. The UNGEGN ASE Division Secretariat also convened the webinar recognizing generic terms in geographical names from local language and on 30th of August. And regarding the international training seminar on toponymy plan, UNGEGN Division Secretariat had to postpone the international training and seminar on toponymy due to the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. I think that's the conclusion of the report from the chairman, and thank you very much. So we will now, is there any comment on the report? If I hear no objection and no comment, so we can continue to the next agenda, which is the country report from its member countries. So we will start from Bhutan. The country report from Bhutan will be presented by Mr. Dolinarbu. Please, Bhutan, the time is yours. Maybe you have about 10 minutes, hopefully. And yeah, the time is yours now. Bhutan, will you present by yourself, or we should assist you to present the report?
I have not made a PowerPoint slides, but I
Okay.
think I need to share the Word file report that we have submitted.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right. No problem. Please.
Should I share the screen?
Yes. I think you can share the file to on the screen.
Good morning to all the member countries. Oh. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Okay, once more, good morning to everyone. As I have mentioned in the very beginning, this is the first time we are attending this meeting. We are looking forward to learning a lot, and we are also excited. I'm sorry I did not get the time to work on the PowerPoint, but a short report has already been submitted. I don't think I would take 10 minutes. To begin with, I must let the members here know that most of the agencies in Bhutan use different spelling, variations of spellings of geographical names. This has been a problem for quite some time. It's still continuing. Even the media, then the Census Bureau, the Election Commission of Bhutan, Land Commission, all the different agencies use different variations of spellings when it is especially translated into English. In our national language, the spellings remain same standard. So we have felt that felt the need to develop a gazetteer, and sometime in 2017 and 18, although we did not know how to go about doing this work, we formed a task force consisting of all the relevant members from different agencies. And we had almost about 7 or 8 meetings to review what we have worked on. We engaged surveyors in the field for 3 continuous months to collect data. And then there are 28 officials involved from different agencies. The main agencies were the Dzongkha Development Commission, which is the National Language Development Commission, the Department of Civil Registration and Census, the Election Commission of Bhutan, and our agency, National Land Commission. We took the lead in coordinating these meetings and gatherings with all these stakeholders. And finally, we were able to, the source data we use are this existing annotation from the 50,000 base map that we have. We use the data from the census and the civil registration. We also use the data from the Election Commission and from the field, and then also the media. And then finally, we have tried to work on some kind of a gazetteer, you may say. It's like a dictionary. Okay, you cannot see this, right? It's a quite like a English Oxford dictionary kind of thing has been already drafted. But now going forward, we are not able to now proceed further from here. We worked on 2017 and 18, and we now have a database also established. National Land Commission per se has already been now using this in naming all the geographical places. All the names are also being geocoded. Personally, I feel we now have a very good dictionary kind of thing, even a database. But now going forward, we are lost how to go about. I tried to attend one of the meetings a few months ago, a few hours, got some information, still trying to gauge what we need to do going forward. So this is the kind of database we have in the GIS server. And the names are all being geocoded. My colleagues, do you want to say anything? So as I told you, we will not be able to take the full 10 minutes because we are still lost. But what I would like to inform all the member countries here is, maybe I'll come back to my screen. We have tried to do this. Can you see this application?
Are you
So
sharing
this is
screen?
what. No, I have stopped sharing the screen. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. But
Okay, I was trying to show one draft publication.
okay, please.
So this is what we have done so far. It's I think almost like the Oxford Dictionary size. And then we also have this data in our database. Now going forward, I don't know how to go about in information sharing and dissemination and requiring all the relevant agencies to now start using these standard names which are geocoded. So we are at this stage now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Norbu. So it seems you have a lot of activity actually in Bhutan, and thank you for sharing your activity to us. I think that's one of the purpose of the meeting between us is actually to share the activity and knowledge regarding the geographical names. So we continue the country report presentation from Brunei Darussalam. So
there is
Assalamualaikum everyone. Can you see my screen and can you hear me?
yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you clearly.
Okay. So Assalamualaikum, greetings and good morning to all. I am Rafida and I'll be presenting the country report for Brunei Darussalam for the period between November 2020 and 2021. So here virtually with me today are members of the Brunei Darussalam National Geographical Names Committee, or UNGEGN for short. Okay, so this year, the committee only met once to discuss the pending road names via Zoom. So this was on 10th November 2021. And due to the pandemic that we're facing, we haven't scheduled any field visits this year. Okay, as for the road naming activity, only 3 roads have been approved and officially named in the new apartment type housing scheme. So this was in December 2020. And these roads have been named, if you can see here, Lorong 1, Lorong 2, and Lorong 3. So these roads are actually very short. Hence, lorong or lane is used, and the purpose of naming, the purpose of this naming is to differentiate the junctions leading to the different apartment blocks. So this is for easier navigation for the residents, visitors, and especially for postal and emergency services, other than identifying by the apartment block letters. Okay, and this year, the committee has been finalizing the guidelines to geographical names and road naming of Brunei Darussalam. So this has been done for the past couple of years and is expected to be published by next year. And this guideline will serve as a working manual and reference for the committee to ensure that the naming procedures are standardized. And this is also to implement the resolution in 1987 in Montreal, during the United Nations Conference on the Standardization of Geographical Names, that states that every member country, every member state to produce a toponymy guideline. So this is just the content of the guideline, other than the background scenes, like the background of the committee, who are the committee. So the guidelines include the work instruction, the naming principles to ensure that the use of geographical names and road naming are consistent and correct, as well as the criteria that need to be considered when naming roads, roundabouts, and highways. So for example, so this is taking back from my previous slide on the new apartment housing. Okay, for example, here we have Jalan Masjid Salam Bigar. So masjid in Malay is mosque. So this building, this road is based on a nearby prominent building, which is the Masjid Kampung Salam Bigar. So the criteria for this road name is based on a nearby prominent building. Another example is this one, Jalan Salam Perpaduan. Okay, so Jalan Salam Perpaduan is taking into consideration that this road is in the new apartment type housing scheme. So these two words, Salam and Perpaduan, are appropriate for this road. So Salam here means sejahtera or peace or calm. And Salam is also derived from Darussalam or Brunei Darussalam, which means abode of peace. And then we have here Perpaduan. Sorry, it seems there's a bit of a lag here. Okay, sorry. So perpaduan here means unity. So in this context, we want to promote unity within the community living here who are of multiracial and multi-ethnicity. And my last example here is interesting, which is the Jalan Putri Dua, which is basically an extension of Jalan Putri Satu. Now, Putri is Malay for princess. So this was named after the history of the area, okay, based on the history of the surrounding area. So it is believed that mythical creatures or Putri-Putri Bunian convene in this area. I'm not quite sure what the English name is for Putri Bunian, but some princesses or elves, mythical creatures. Okay, so here is the workflow that the committee practiced for naming, which I will touch very briefly here. So proactively, the area of interest will be identified by the committee or by the survey department, especially when there are new developments or when there are junctions more than 20 meters, or that the junctions have become complicated or complex that it should be named for easier reference and navigation, or by receiving applications or requests for road naming, especially from government agencies when there are new infrastructures in place. So the committee will then prepare all the documents and schedule a field work as well as a pre-field work discussion and making a recce of the area. So this also includes rounding up different agencies, making appointments with the villagers and head of the villages. So this can be a very challenging task to make sure that everyone is available on the same day. So on the field, the committee will interview the locals and also look at the topographical features in order to propose suitable names. So once this is completed, the results from the investigation or the fieldwork is compiled and edited before being brought to the big JKNG meeting for approval. So if it's for the geographical names, this is pretty straightforward. If the names proposed are agreed and approved, then it will go straight directly here, which will be updated in the mapping database. As for the road names, it will depend on the area where the roads, the stretch of roads are. If the road is outside of the municipal boundary, then the proposed names will be forwarded to the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Development for approval. If the names are within the municipal boundary, then it will be forwarded to the Chairman of the Bandar Seri Begawan Municipal Department for approval. So once the approval for these names have been received, the letter will be sent to the Public Works Department for the road label installation, and then it will be updated to the database. So in an effort to promote the activities and objectives of JKNG, the committee is currently developing an updated website that will house maps of approved names and gazetteers, as well as sharing activities and photos of past events. It will also provide the latest information for the public, especially announcements of new road names and discovery of new geographical features. It is the committee's objective to spread awareness to the public of the correct spelling and pronunciation of the names and to share the history behind those names. And following this transformation, the committee is also currently reviewing proposals for JKNG's new official logo. So in terms of the involvements in UNGEGN, last year, JKNG was represented by officers from the Survey Department, the Language and Literature Bureau, Museums Department, Ministry of Education, District's Office, and the Public Works Department. So at the time, we were very fortunate that we were able to convene in one room, in the same room. And also, a number of the committee members also participated in the webinar, as mentioned by the chairman just now. In a nutshell, despite the setback caused by the pandemic, this year the committee has been putting a lot of efforts to reorganize our filing system administratively so that everything is in order and easy to manage, and they are retraceable. So the focus has also been preparing materials for the website, and hopefully in the near future to create a social media account where we can promote the committee's activities and especially to share with the younger generations the meanings of words from the road names or the history of geographical names that they have never heard of or aware of. And that's all the report from Brunei Darussalam. Thank you.
Thank you also for sharing that you just showed to us that the guidelines very helpful to the geographic naming process, and you just also show the example how the process of the geographical naming in Brunei Darussalam. Thank you very much. So we continue to the next country report. Then the next will be from Indonesia. So the report from Indonesia will be presented by the head of Center for Topographic Mapping and Toponyms of Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, Dr. Ade Komara. So Dr. Ade Komara, please, the time is yours.
Baik, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning again, everybody, distinguished delegates. Please allow me to convey our country report from the Republic of Indonesia that mainly consists of 3 parts. The first one, we would like to report on the regulation on standardization of geographical names. The second one is on the activities on national standardization of geographical names. And the third one is our improvement in our division. First, on the regulation, as an introductory information, similar to Brunei Darussalam, we used to have a national committee for standardization of geographical names. However, in 2016, this national committee was dismissed by one of our presidential regulations. it doesn't mean that our government doesn't think that standardization of geographical names is not important. In contrary, but instead of having a national team for standardization of geographical names, we now, or the government decides to put the task of standardization of geographical names to our agency, the National Mapping Agency. And this decision was then followed up by the government regulation that was issued early this year, Government Regulation number 2 of 2021 on standardization of geographical names. So now BIG, or the Geospatial Information Agency, is officially the names authority of Indonesia. This government regulation regulates, of course, all aspects of the standardization of geographical names. And based on these geographical names, we are now trying to build or to construct technical guidelines. So we do some updates on our existing technical guidelines that now will become official based on these government regulations. So the technical guidelines will discuss or will give guidance about the writing and special rules of geographical names, and then the actors or the institutional aspects of the standardization activities, and then the standardization stages, and the use of geographical names information system. In Indonesian language, it's called SINAR, Sistem Informasi Nama Rupa Bumi. And the last aspect that will be discussed is the monitoring and evaluation of the name standardization activities. Regarding the activities, of course, the standardization activities start with the survey or the collection of geographical names. Through SINAR, we have been able to collect 245,581 data from 4,162 users. So through this system, everybody can contribute. So the survey or the data collection is not conducted only by us as a mapping agency, also not only by the local government officials. So everybody now can contribute in submitting the data through this system. The areas that we surveyed by our agency covers 13 provinces in Indonesia. So the second one, or the second mode of the collection of geographical names, is the collection of the names of maritime features through 4 methods as shown here. The first one is through toponymic surveys outside SINAR, so using their own system. And then we also try to identify the maritime features from our national digital elevation model that we have. And we also conducted bathymetric surveys to identify the features. And then, of course, we then collected all the data that we can gather through secondary data compilation. So the collection of maritime features involved at least 5 institutions other than BIG, also Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and then the Agency for Research and Innovation, BRIN. The next one is the Hydro-Oceanographic Office of our Navy. And the last one is the Coordinating Agency for Maritime Affairs. We also tried to maximize the existing data owned by different institutions, different ministries to data sharing. So we conducted intensive discussions among these agencies to agree on the mechanism, how to share the data and how to disseminate the data. Okay, next one, please. The next stage in standardization of geographical names is the verification of the names, the collected names. So we conduct the verification through a bottom-up approach. So the first verification is conducted by the regency or the municipality for the names of the objects located in their own regency or municipalities. And then from this verification, the names will go to the next level, which is the provincial verification, together with the names that was collected by the provincial government. And the last verification step will be conducted at the national level, coordinated by us together with the other ministries. The names of land features were verified in June at the level regency and municipality. So 4,554 names were able to be verified. And in July, the verification at the provincial level was conducted. And in August, the national level of verification was done. Together with verification of the names of the islands and other maritime features in August and September. So in October, we were ready to announce the result of the verification process. Now in November, we are doing the verification to the comments submitted to us as a reaction to our announcement of the names verification. And hopefully by the end of this year, these names will be declared as standardized names and will be published in our gazetteer. Okay, next one. And then regarding the activities on the toponym education and research, we conducted a webinar, especially this is aimed towards our local government officials to socialize, to educate them about the new regulation, the government regulation number 2 to 2021 that I mentioned before. And then also to share the best practices from some of our local governments. So this webinar was attended by more than 300 participants. We also conducted technical assistance to local governments as the pandemic situation was getting better. So we were able to send our team to local governments to conduct technical assistance to local governments, teaching them about the standards and also the method of names collection or survey. And then in the area of research, we cooperated with the National Agency for Language Development and Cultivation from the Ministry of Education and Culture to try to study the efforts that we could take to record and protect minority names in geographical names in Indonesia. Next one. We publish the toponyms through several channels. The first one is through our agency social media, for instance, through our official Instagram. We periodically publish names. For instance, here, the name of one of the waterfalls. So in the second box, it's the description about that name, the origin of the names, the meaning of the name, the history of that waterfall, and so on. We also contribute in UNGEGN Bulletin number 61 earlier this year about the result of our study that I mentioned in previous slide. Okay, next one. As I mentioned before, we are now in the stage of preparing our gazetteer for this year as the result of the collection and verification names that were conducted this year. We announced the names in October, and we got some feedback, some comments through our application and also through the letters from the local governments. We are now in stage of verification of these comments, and our target is to publish this gazetteer by the end of this year. And then last one is about our involvements in UNGEGN ASE Division. We function as the secretariat of the division, and the activities of this division has been presented by our chair. So we look forward to working in our last term. So we are now currently focusing on developing the collaborative platform that will replace our division website. And hereby, I would like to propose in other matters agenda today to give some report of this process, how we are building the collaborative platform in form of a small demonstration. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's the report from Indonesia.
Thank you, Ade. Distinguished delegates, that's the report from Indonesia. Yes, starting from this year, we are in high tension of geographical name activities actually, because there is new regulation regarding the geographical names. So this activity will involve not only the national institution, but also the regional government, either province or district level government. So maybe we continue the next country report presented by Lao Democratic Republic, and we will presented by Ms. Amala. Lao, please, the time is yours. Okay.
Okay. Again, good morning, everyone. Now I would like to present my country report. On geographic name. National Geographic of Laos is promoting its effort of compiling, publishing geographical data of the country regarding to the.
Ms. Amala, excuse me, can you slideshow the presentation? So it.
Regarding to the National Geographical names, National Geographic Department has compiled and managed a database covering geographical name information composed of annotation indicated on the existing 100,000 and 50,000 scale topographic map. National Geographic Department has been tasked with implementing role and responsibility assigned to conduct survey, taking area photograph and mapping, the basic principle of the contributing to the construction of infrastructure and socio-economic development. After the government promulgated the Prime Minister Decree Nomen 255 PM 2005 on the survey and mapping work, the territory of the Lao PDR, the geographic code indicated a menu has become an important tool management, implementation, and development of the survey and mapping work. My content today, we would like to talk about the six topic. First, breakout.
Excuse me, Sama. We cannot see your slideshow, so we see your slide just on the title. So maybe you share the slideshow one.
Okay. The first, I will talk about the breakout. Before the 1975, this work had carried out at the national level and had subcommittee responsible for the naming, compilation, and naming process in the official language and in the language, and how to write name from Lao into international language. After 1975, there was no longer any coordination and information exchange. The National Geographic Department has required to use the geographic code name of the country to write on the map and collect information used, and why the original version is also used in many maps. The writing of the name from Lao into international language follow the old method, and if there was a change in the name, it was done according to the instruction of the person in charge of the content of the map. Lao country has replaced the country and district names, such as change from Lao Kingdom to Lao Republic Democratic, and change from Kampeng Nakhon to Nakhon Luang Vientiane in 2003. This is example of the change the name of the geographic name. The next, we would like to talk about the implementation. Here we plan to decide the rule and basic for the real action, collect and for location and source of geographic name to be available in the whole country for prepare to analyze and consider future. Further, geographical name appear on the map to get from the location field and to make that is collect from location. And next we will talk the principle of writing the geographical name on the map is based on the two principles. The principle of writing geographic name on the map of the landscape is to write in Lao and Loman character with the phonetic system transcription in Lao only. The principle of writing a geographic name in the specific world map can be written as follows: written in Lao language only, or written in Lao and in Loman alphabet by transcription in Lao, or write in Lao and international language such as English or French. And next, we talk about the principle of writing the geographic name on the map in Lao Loman alphabet. The name of the landscape, such river, lake, stream, creek, canal, and lake and village, district, province, country, and the name in the map in Laos. Language should be written according to the name, location, word, and grammar. Here is example of the principle of the consonant of vowel from the Lao and Loman alphabet. Here is an example. And next, we talk about the geographic name shown on the map must name collect according to a local dialect or currently used officially. For example, we in Laos, it's the name of the province, Vientiane, and the name of district, and name of the village, and name of the river, and and also the river in English with that the name. Here also example of the consonant and vowel. Next, we will talk about the principle of writing the country, capital, and province, district, and city, and mountain, river, and of Lao PDR. For example, in Loman, we would like we make a short Savanakhet, and how to also the name in English and also the two written in French in foreign language. From the from the different book list of the country name submitted by the United Nations group of expert geographic name on the meeting. And next, we is example of principle of written of the capital. Example, the Nakhon Luang, Vientiane is a capital of the Laos. And here also there is example of the province, and also the in Loman and English to be translate. And here the example of the map 50,000 and 100,000 that covering the whole country for the topographic map and geographic name and consists in. And next, and so and principle of the district and principle of the village and principle of the mountain and natural feature, principle of the river. And in the future, we would like to improve our geographical names, how to make it standard, more standard, and the whole country can use and the source of this data. First, for the designing of the geographic name need to be the same standard agreement in the whole country. And currently, we established the law on survey and mapping. The process of passed through the National Assembly of Laos, which help to support survey and mapping in Laos to be upgraded in this sector. And we also continue to compiling and update the geographical name in database and product and utilizing the geographic name information. Here is my presentation. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Amala. So for sharing the activity in Laos, and it seems the writing principle is very important in the geographical names activity. Also, the standard of the geographical names so important to maintain that the geographical names will be the same representation or the same same standard. So I think this is can be useful for any countries to in geographical name activity, especially on writing and also the usefulness of the standard of geographical names. Thank you very much. And then we continue to the next country report from Malaysia. Please, the time is yours. Can you slide show the presentation, please?
Okay, okay, the slides ready. If I think
Yes, we can
I
see
hope
your
that-
slide. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to present the country report of Malaysia. And again, I am Suraya Suhaimi bin Najir Rashidi, Acting Director General of Survey and Mapping Malaysia. I'm President of Malaysia National Committee on Geographical Names, or in short, JKNG. Next slide, please. Okay, this presentation is divided into 4 sections, which are section 1 is background. The background will consist of 3 sections, namely objective, organizational structure, and responsibilities. And in section 2, which is activities, will consist of 8 activities related to geographical names in Malaysia since October 2020 to October this year. In section 3, with regard of issues and challenges, and at last but not least is section 4, the conclusion. Next. The objective of this presentation is to report activities on geographical names and other related matters since the 8th UNGEGN ASE meeting last year, October this year, as I mentioned before. Next. Okay, here is the organizational structure of the geographical names activities in Malaysia. The highest committee is the National Committee on Geographical Names, or in short, we refer it as JKNG. I think it's maybe similar with the Brunei names with the same committee. This JKNG chaired by Director General of the Department of Survey and Mapping Malaysia. And it was established on 11 September 2002 and was given the responsibility by the government of Malaysia to coordinate all geographical naming activities. Okay, and next. Specifically, these are the responsibilities borne by JKNG, which are the number 1 is for establishing a national guideline for places and geographical entities naming procedure. The responsibility number 2 is developing the National Geographical Names Database and National Gazetteer. And number 3 is promoting the use of official names for places. And number 4 is participating in geographical naming activities and forum in the regional and international level, particularly the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, UNGEGN. Okay, next, this is a term of reference. I think it's similar as what we are presented before. And next is the activities. We move to the second section of the report, which is the activities. The activity number 1 is actually we conduct the 8 activities related to geographical names. And the activity number 1 is a second session UNGEGN meeting on May 2021. And the second activity is 16 and 17 JKNG meeting on November 2020 and September 2021. The third activities is 23rd JTN GK meeting on June this year. And then policy and geographical names updating activities under KKD PNG. And the activities number 5 is a National Geographical Names Database and gazetteer activities under KKPD NG. And then it's a names of islands and geographical entities activities under KKNPEG. And workshop and briefings and regional map for ASED collaboration platform website. Okay, I'll go for the in detail, brief, but a bit information about the activities. So the activity number 1 is Malaysia has attended the virtual second session UNGEGN meeting on 3rd to 8th May 2021. There are 7 delegates from Malaysia, led by the Director General of Survey and Mapping Malaysia, was attended the meeting. And next for activity number 2, on 3rd November 2020, the 16th JKNG meeting was held virtually, chaired by the Director General of Survey and Mapping Malaysia from the President of JKNG. For 2021, JKNG was organized the 17th meeting also virtually on 14 September 2021, chaired by myself. There are 21 members of JKNG from government agencies at the federal and state level. And the objective of the meeting is to discuss and report issues and activities of the National Technical Committee and State Committee on Geographical Names. For the activities, activity number 3 is a 23rd meeting of National Technical Committee on Geographical Names. The meeting was held virtually from Kuala Lumpur on 17 June 2021 and chaired by myself also. And the objective of the meeting is to discuss and report issues and activities of working group and state technical committees on geographical names. Next is now we move to the activities, activity number 4, which is policy and geographical names updating activities conducted by the working group KKD PNG. The chairman and secretary of this working group are the Department of Survey and Mapping, or in short, we call it JUPM. And the role of the KKD PNG is to assist in deriving principal policy and procedure of geographical names updating and governance. There are 3 meetings have been had to address the issues on policy and updating matters related to one is naming the unnamed islands, updating the geographical names database PDNG. And second is enhancing inshore and offshore geographical entity naming procedure in the guideline document, and publishing the book of islands and geographical entity names. Okay, shown here is a National Geographical Names Database and Gazetteers activities. under the working group KKP-DNG, which coordinated by National Geospatial Center. And this working group is established to coordinate the development of a National Geographic Name Database and publication of National Gazetteer documents. The database, which called as PDNG, combine data from Department of Survey and Mapping Malaysia and National Hydrographic Center, Navy. Meanwhile, the geographical name inserted into the database are verified by the state government through economic planning unit at the state level. PDNG uses My GeoName application as the interface to manage authoritative information and display names, location, and historical backgrounds of the geographical entities. And we move to the next slide. Is activity number 6 is the names of islands and geographical entities activities under the working group KKN-PEG. This working group is chaired and coordinated by National Hydrographic Center, or in short we call PHN. There are 3 main activities of KKN-PEG, which are the number 1 is naming of islands and geographical entities. If you can see, everybody can see in the slide that there are 904 islands identified in all 14 states of federal territories in Malaysia, and all 904 islands have completed name. Meanwhile, there are 623 out of 794 entities are named, leaving the balance of 171 unnamed entities. This brings the total of 1,527 islands and entities have been successfully named under the coordination of this working group. And second activity is republishing a new format of Book of Islands and Geographical Entities Names. There are 4 books. We call it as Book 1 NPEG, it's covering 7 states. Book 2 NPEG is covering 4 states. And Book 3 NPEG covering Federal Territory of Labuan and State of Sabah. It is now still in progress, and hopefully will be published on December next year, 2022. And after that, we'll focus on the Book 4 NPEG that's covering Sarawak State, which is also in progress, and maybe we can publish on year after, in December 2023. Underwater features and names, and this is also the activities under this working group. And he has also identified 20 undersea features since the year of 2016. And this KKN-PEG has forwarded name of the 20 undersea features on the respective year to Subcommittee on Undersea Features Names for approval. 7 features have been approved and gazetted, and leaving the remaining 13 features with pending status due to the issues with our neighboring country. Okay, so we move to the activities number 7, which is workshop and briefing. From October 2020 until October this year, we had a 4 session of workshop and briefing, which is conducted by us The number one is a briefing on final verification of Book 2 of Islands and Geographical Entity Names on 11 November 2020. And number two is an online briefing on updating geographical name database, phase 3. It's regarding of town map for Kuantan, the capital city of Pahang, on 27 April 2021. And the members of the working group also attending webinar recognizing generic terms in geographical names from local languages, organized by UNGEGN ASE on 30th August this year. And we also have a discussion on naming procedure of island and unnamed offshore geographical entities exceeding 3 nautical miles from shoreline on 14 October this year. And last but not least, the activity that we have during this period is producing of regional map for ASED collaborative platform website. On August this year, the link, username, and password of the ASED collaborative platform website have been received from UNGEGN ASE Secretariat. Then the multiple session of discussion on data layers to be uploaded and data uploading testing have been carried out by the Department of Survey and Mapping Malaysia. And during the testing, we discovered that there was a page block appeared while uploading the metadata. The standard use for the metadata is also seem uncertain. Our JKNG Secretariat will contact UNGEGN ASE Secretariat later to solve this matter. On the other hand, on 19 November 2021, 2 data layers of main roads and state capital of Peninsular Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak, were successfully uploaded as a start. Other data layers will gradually uploaded from time to time. Okay, we move to section 3 of the report, which is issues and challenges. Okay, in the developing and implementing the standardized usage of geographical names throughout the country, there were some issues encountered by JKNG, amongst which are one is a verification of the geographical names. The targeted duration for each state to update geographical names database is 30% per year. Hence, the cycle will take 3 years, approximately 3 years for each state to complete updating their geographical name database. As the effect of the long process cycle, the geographical names in the database might not literally up to date. And second issues is about the duplication in updating geographical names. The Geographic Information System, GIS, has over the past decades advanced so much from a concept of digitally creating maps and system into an array of applications. And in Malaysia, there are many applications that have developed by multiple agencies such as MyGeoName, MyGeoSurf, GeoJoho, the Integrated Land Use Planning System, PEGIS, GIS9, and so on. The developments causing difficulty to standardize and updating the geographical names due to all the aforementioned applications are not centralized. And the third issues we are encountered is a lack of management, spatial and non-spatial data. At the moment, a total of 53,099 audio clips of official pronunciation, 57,753 audio clips of local dialect pronunciation, and 57,205 images of Jawi writing, and 35 visual were stored separately. Therefore, it is required to complete the task for updating both spatial and non-spatial data before migrate the data in the geographical names database. The three issues that I mentioned here is just a few that we are encountered, but it needs special or urgent tasks to be done by the committees involved. And moving on the last section of my presentation, as the conclusion, the consistent use of accurate place names is an important element in effective communication worldwide, supporting socio-economic development, conservation, and national infrastructure. Therefore, the UNGEGN plays an important role to develop a comprehensive database containing names of official places that would benefit trade and commerce, population census and national statistics, property right and cadastre, urban and regional planning, environmental management, natural disaster relief, security strategy and peacekeeping operations, map and atlas production, automatic navigation, tourism, and communication, including postal and news services. Thank you, and that's a report from Malaysia, and thank you so much for your everybody's time and attention. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Suhaimi from Malaysia. So we appreciate that Malaysia has a very active geographical names activity, and thank you for sharing to us. So we continue to next country report from Myanmar.
Could you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mr. Ziatrit, Director of Survey Department from Myanmar. First of all, I would like to briefly explain. I attended this meeting the first time. I study the other countries are trying to establish a geographic name. So I will try to explain about my department. This is for the how we are doing for the two of the geographic name. I will discuss about the Myanmar profile, only just a little bit, and I will explain detail profile of survey department and survey department responsibility. As you know, Myanmar have 5 neighboring countries in the west, Bangladesh, in the west and northwest, India, in the north and northeast, China, and in the east, Laos and southeast Thailand. We have Bay of Bengal and Andaman Sea. Here, Magui in the coastal line. We have a lot of Iceland. We also have to make a naming system in the island, and we'll discuss later. I think it's not too much necessary. Myanmar is a quite big country at about 261,000 square miles. It's with the 5 neighboring countries. We have now, according to the 2021 October estimation, a total population of 55.3 million. We have 7 national reserves: Kachin, Kaya, Kayin, Chin, Pama, This is main national reserves, and a great diversity with the 135 national reserves with the colorful costume and custom. I would like to explain regard with the Myanmar Survey Department. Survey Department is under the British colonial time, 1905. At that time, surveying tests are undertaken by Survey of India. After that, the Myanmar Survey Department is established 1946 on 1st November. Now it's 75 Diamond Jubilee is already finished. And this is an organization of Survey Department. Survey Department composed with the 6 divisions, which are Survey Department Head Office. In their office, Director General, Deputy Director General, and Director of Admin and Planning, Director Management for the Survey Department, External and Internal Affairs. This one is a training and #1 division. This is also one of the important division because this survey training center transfer of knowledge to the new blood surveyor, and also #1 survey division undertake and are responsible for the ground surveying process. Geodetic and #2 division surveying, also field survey party, we can call that. They are trying to make a national geodetic network. For example, first primary, secondary, and tertiary geodetic network, and first leveling, second order leveling, and third order leveling process. And also they are collecting the geographic feature names and verifying to fulfill a finalization of maps. This is international boundary demarcation and civil construction divisions. As you know, we have 5 neighboring countries. We are trying to join inspection, maintaining, and demarcation process with the friendship and cordiality. I am in charge of the international boundary and demarcation and civil construction division. We have another 2 divisions, which are area survey photography division and map reproduction division. Area survey division, we take an area photo, and by using this area photo by photogrammetric method, and we are producing national topographic map for the entire state. In the area survey photogrammetric sector, they are collecting geospatial data just only, and creating DTM, DEM, and generating contours. These data are exported to the map reproduction division. Map reproduction division is a production of the map. They have to make a fair drawing. Cartography side is applied with the map drawing subdivisions. They are combining the geospatial data exported by area survey and with the contour. They are making finalization of map. As you know, in the geospatial data, we don't have the name. So then we are applying the old map, which have already geographic name, and then they put it in the map. By using the draft map, the geodetic surveyor they are collecting the geographic name and verify this feature are accurately on the ground or which feature is needed, which features are added to the map. By doing so, we have a fair drawing map, and then these maps are printed and distributed to the required government service. Our policy is to provide accurate map and then to establish and maintain geospatial data for the whole country. To achieve this vision and policy, we already produce a national topographic map with the amount of 1134 number of map sheet we have already produced. And then we also jointly demarcate with the national boundary with the neighboring country accurately, and also the education is an important role for the developing process. That is why we are offering the lecture for the new generation. Our aim is to introduce online mapping system by the year of 2030. So I am first time attending this meeting. I have found that Indonesia and Malaysia, they have a geographic information system, name information system, and in Malaysia, they have a national comedy or geographic names. We don't have like this comedy, but we have to think about to make standardization or geographic name like this procedure. And also we have the old map, we have the old names, everything. And then when we are making updating map process, we go to the field and make data collections. These naming data collections are approved by the local authority and local peoples. After that, we put it as naming data in the map. And also now, in the meantime, we have another job process, that is Iceland naming system. Because I have already discussed that in the southern part of Myanmar, Magui, Archipelago, there's a lot of money, a lot of Iceland. Some Iceland are names, some Iceland don't have names. So now we are trying this Iceland naming system with name and name system. Now we are collecting geographical name and updating our data. This collecting name, geographical name are confirmed with the local authority. Maybe we need to make a national standardization or geographic name by composing with the group of geographic name organization or something like that. And we can make national standardization geography name later. In the meantime, Survey Department is only just collecting the geographic name by confirming local data, nothing else. So we don't have any activity for the national geographic name in the meantime. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zia Tui from Myanmar. So you shared to us about the mapping activities, and of course, inside the mapping activities, there will be geographical names authority. So if maybe we can share together the knowledge experience from other country. So if you intend to establish such kind of committee for geographical name standardization, I think it is our obligation also of other countries to share to you how to do the geographical names and standardization. But I believe there is activity in Myanmar, because you produce map. Of course, there will be a geographical names activity there. So thank you, Mr. Zia Tui. So we continue the country report from the Philippines. So I don't know who will represent this report. So the time is yours, Mr. Leo will present. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In behalf of our director, Roel Belen, which is unfortunately can attend into this meeting, I will be presenting our country report. So the outline of my presentation will cover the past, current, and future activities of the Philippines related to geographical names. So for the past activities under the UNGEGN programs, on October 27, 2020, the Philippines attended the 8th UNGEGN ASE Division virtual meeting, and the Philippines presented its accomplishment from 2018 to 2020. And on May 3 to 7, 2021, we attended the second session of the UNGEGN held online via Entrepreneur platform and webcast. So we also attended the webinars on August 30, 2021 with the theme recognizing generic terms in geographical names from local languages, which was organized by the Asia Southeast Division. And during the said event, the Philippine representative, who was a professor from the University of the Philippines, presented the local languages and toponyms in the country. Another webinar attended by the Philippines was held on August 31, 2021, which was focused on the geographical names standardization supporting national development, which was facilitated by the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management Americas. So for our ongoing programs, the Philippine Standard Geographical Code, which is a systematic classification and coding of geographic areas in the Philippines. It classifies local government units according to well-established geographical political subdivisions of the country, such as administrative region, province, city or municipality, and barangay. The PSGC is a collaborative effort of the Philippine Statistics Authority and its interagency technical working group on geographical code. This is composed of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, Commission on Elections, and the Land Management Bureau and NAMRIA. So the latest PSGC, this is updated quarterly, and for the second quarter as of June 2021, shows no changes on the total number of local government units, which is shown in these slides. So for as of June 2021, we have 17 regions, 81 provinces, 146 cities, 1,488 municipalities, and a total of 42,046 barangays. However, for the names of 17 barangays, it was corrected, which was based on the recommendations of the Technical Working Group on Geographical Codes. So for another program that we are implementing here in National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, so the updating of the Philippine Gazetteer project was first implemented in last year in 2020, and it aims to update our old 1989 Philippine Gazetteer, which was based mainly on small scale 250,000 topographic maps. For the updating, we will be using the medium scale 1:50,000 topographic maps and other available large scale maps. So it will cover basically the entire country, the 81 provinces and the National Capital Region. So as for the status, the geographical names from the 1:50,000 topographic maps were already processed and uploaded to the geographical names geospatial database for the 5 provinces in 2020 and 8 provinces for this year. However, the field collection and verification activity was suspended in 2020 due to COVID pandemic, and therefore it was added this 5 provinces to this year's activity. So there are a total of 13 provinces for field survey activity, which was carried out this year. So these are just some pictures of what our field team are doing on the area. So the survey teams go to the areas and collected and validated the attributes of geographical names such as the history, meaning, spelling, pronunciations, that is a recording of pronunciations, and other attributes. Although there are some challenges encountered going to or reaching to remote areas. Sometimes it took 4 to 5 hours just walking by our field teams to these areas. Also, the adverse weather conditions affect the activities. To date, there are 12 provinces were already completed, and there's still one remaining province which is scheduled next month by December. Hopefully we can finish also that one. So this is just an example of initial geographic names geodatabase which is loaded in an S3 ArcGIS application. So the field gathered data were processed and encoded in the database to populate the attributes of the geographical names. This is located in the province of Pampanga in Central Luzon. So the updating of the Philippine Gazetteer project will continue next year in the succeeding years. The target provinces are in Luzon. These are Batanes, Cagayan, Marinduque, Nueva Ecija, Nueva Vizcaya, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, Pangasinan, Romblon, and Tarlac. Data processing and field data collection and validation and field data processing shall continue in order to realize the completion of this project. And for the future activities, a major output of the National Spatial Data Infrastructure is the GeoPortal Philippines. So this is an online web application system managed by NAMRIA, which will serve as a platform for online and open sharing of geospatial information through the web. The updated Philippine Gazetteer project, upon its completion, will be uploaded to the GeoPortal Philippines as an additional layer, which will include point data of significant features and recordings of geographical names. So this is the a screenshot of the GeoPortal Philippines website. You can access it through the URL www.geoportal.gov.ph. So thank you for listening. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Leo Grafil from the Philippines. So thank you for sharing and congratulations that you start to update the Gazetteer. So we don't finish the Gazetteer yet, and you already do the update. So I think we appreciate and congratulate to that activity. So we continue the country report next from Singapore. Singapore, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Jimmy. Okay, please, the time is yours. And please slideshow the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Honorable Chair, and a very good morning to all representatives and delegates from fellow member countries.
Excuse me, can you make your sound louder?
Sure. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Okay, sure, great. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to present Singapore's country report. I'm going to be very brief. I do not have slides. This is just a background slide. Okay, I'll be doing the updating by words. So, okay, to start off, I'd like to mention that almost all of Singapore is highly developed and urbanized. So there's no major development in geographical naming activities. Okay, instead, our activities are focused mainly on updating Singapore's national mapping dataset. So our mapping dataset was first captured in 2014. It was updated in 2019, and we are planning for the next capture to be done in 2023. The national mapping data, both aerial and terrestrial, are captured using LiDAR and photogrammetry, and the data is referenced to Singapore's national reference frame by using the Singapore Satellite Positioning Reference Network, or SIREN, which is our national course network. This ensures that our national mapping dataset is homogeneous and interoperable with other datasets used by all government agencies as well as private sector organizations. Okay, so the main thing is that the datasets are referenced to Singapore's national reference frame, the SY21. Okay, a reliable and precise national mapping dataset is and a national precise positioning infrastructure, right, is important and in some cases crucial for the continued development of Singapore towards being a smart nation. The national mapping dataset and precise positioning infrastructure are the basis for various applications. I would like to share a few of them. First off is flood modeling. Right, it is one of the important applications in view of the potential sea level rise and land subsidence, and that will have major impact for an island country like Singapore. Okay, being a garden city, Singapore is covered with fauna and flora, and to manage and maintain healthy trees around Singapore, each individual tree is identified and managed in a data set based on our national mapping data. The use of renewable and sustainable energy in Singapore, right, is something that the country is looking into, and one of one of the area is the harnessing of solar power, right? And with, again, the reliable and precise mapping and positioning data, right? The placement of solar panels around Singapore can be done with consideration of the maximum potential of solar irradiance, right? So that the maximum amount of sunlight can be harnessed. Again, this is made possible with the very reliable and accurate national mapping data. Okay, in addition, the development of self-driving vehicles and self-mobility robots for various purposes, right, from people moving, last mile transportation and delivery, security and enforcement, right, these are all aided tremendously by, again, the national mapping data set. And it is very critical that the different developers of such applications have a reliable and interoperable data set that they can use. Construction machine automation using precise GNSS enabled by the National Course Network Sirens real-time kinematics service enables the efficient and effective operation of construction processes, right? And that allows the redeployment of manpower to other tasks, and in turn that allows an increase in productivity. Okay, these are just some of the examples of the benefits, and in some cases the criticality of a reliable and robust national mapping and precise positioning dataset. The continued updating and usage right, of both of them will be crucial in moving Singapore forward, right, because they underpin the continued economic and social development of Singapore. Okay, Singapore has been participating actively in the UNGEGN sessions and the UNGEGN ASED meetings, and we will continue to do so, and we look forward to sharing as well as learning from all fellow member states. Okay, with that, I've concluded my country report. Thank you, Chair and all delegates, for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy from Singapore. I think we have to learn from you as well, I think, how to complete the geographical name standardization. So yes, there is no major development in Singapore, but I think you focus on updating the geographical names. Okay, thank you. And we continue the country report, and we welcome here from Vietnam, Miss Dotu Tui. So please introduce your delegation, and then you continue with the country report presentation. Because we call you in the beginning, but you don't join yet. So maybe first introduce your delegates and continue with the country report. Please, Ms. Tui, the time is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry because in this morning we cannot to contact the internet in the office. I have some problem with my my computer, so I come later. I would like, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dotu Tui. I come from Department of Survey and Mapping, Information of Viet Nam. Our department responsible for the geographic name activity for the whole countries. After that, I would like to share my presentation interview about the geographical activity in Vietnam in 2020 and 2021. Could you see my share slide?
Yes, you can see your screen.
Yeah, thank you. My presentation has some content. First of all, I would like to introduce about the roles of UNGEGN in the geographic name of Viet Nam. And the second, I would like to brief about the UN participant in the UNGEGN and UNGEGN ASE. And the next development of nominated document related to the standardization of geographic name. And the next result of geographic name standardization in 2020 and 2021. And the last one is further plans. Department of Survey, Mapping and Geo Information is under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. We're responsible for organizing the basic survey and mapping. And we also have the chart for standard design geographic name to actually map. We have the some name tag in this area, like the development the normative document related to the standardization of geographic name. And so we also participating in the activity of UNGEGN and UNGEGN ASE. And we organize during the activity of geographic name standardization. And so we also are responsible for publishing the geographic name category and maintain the geographic name database. Some activity in the UNGEGN and UNGEGN ASE. UNGEGN has been participated in the UNGEGN ASEAN Pacific since 1992. And in the 2012, UNGEGN ASEAN Pacific split into the UNGEGN ASE and UNGEGN ASE Division. Viet Nam belongs to the UNGEGN ASE. Viet Nam, some activity we join in this area, like providing the data for building geographic name database of ASEAN. And we also organized the first divisional meeting at Hanoi in 2015. And we also participate in the first regional training program in toponymy, including marine toponymy in Philippines in 2018. Participate in the annual meeting of UNGEGN and UNGEGN ASEAN. We are developing the nominate document related to the standardization of geographic name. The first document is very important. Is that's the national technical evaluation of the standardization of geographic name for making map. In 2011. On activity related to the standardization geographic name standardization, we carry out based on this document. And the second derivation of the standardization of geographic name is of the mapping. We issued this document in 2007. So the regulation is developed in the accordance with the UNGEGN technical reference manual for the standardization and of geographic name and manual for national standardization of geographic name. This revision document included some issues as follows: collecting the data, statistics of geographic name, verifying geographic name in the field, creating geographic name category, and building a geographic name database. Principle of attach geographic name codes and attributes information of geographic name. The location related to the right Vietnamese geographic name in ethnic language. We keep the geographic name as a readable and uniformly spread is a recent document of competent state agency and proposing the principle of the standardization geographic names as has not been specified in the state recent document. For example, the method of standardizing geographic name of ethnic language. As a result of geographic name standardization from the 2006 at present, we using the topographic map at 20,000 to 50,000 scale for standardization geographic name of 62 province. Vietnam has the 63 province, so now we finished all the geographic name as a topographic map for 62 province. And we building the category of administrative geographic name more than 12,000 geographic name at province, districts, and community level. And building the category of international toponymy, including more than 6,000 foreign toponymy. And some activity in standardization of geographic name in 2020 and 2020 and 2021. We complete promote getting to the topographic category of the some province. Lâm Đồng, Sa Lai, Kon Tum, Đắk Lắk is located in the Central Highlands region. You can see in the slide that's the activity in the field when we have to verify the geographic name, and we also organizing the training course for the relevant elected such as the Department of Home Affairs in local authority. That's the picture in the training course. And the first plan, in the future, we have to completing geographic name category of Hanoi. This project will be finished in 2022. And the second, we updating the administration toponymy database. As the last, we have to using toponymy as the topography as a larger scale, like 1 to 10,000 and 1 to 2,000. That's my presentation. We would like to present in this meeting. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Du Thuy from Vietnam. So appreciation to you and Vietnam for active geographical names standardization and activity. So I would like to check whether representative from Sri Lanka has joined the meeting or not. It seems no response. Okay. If no response, then maybe the country report presentation from Vietnam is the last one. So we will open discussion or comments from other countries to the country report presented by each country. So I think you can raise up your hand you click the symbol raise hand in the application, or you can open your mic and then you can deliver the comment. So I will give the opportunity to all of you, including the delegates from Indonesia in this room. So we have some representative here from Ministry of Internal Affairs, and then from Directorate of Topography from Army, and then sebagai KKP ya, Ministry of Fisheries and Marine and Fisheries. So a lot of representative from Indonesia. Saya lupa nih sebenarnya. Please, you are welcome to provide comment to the country report. Is there any comment, response, input, or something to say? From Bhutan?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much. After going through all the country report presentations, it has opened up my eyes. I have come to understand this much better. But one reflection that I had was, in fact, Bhutan has also done quite a lot in this area, but we were not able to organize them and present it the way other people were presenting. For example, we already have a guideline on geographical names, based on which we worked on the geographical names, and all the names are geocoded, and we have history against each of these names. But the only problem is we have not been able to go forward into making everyone use this. And even I think the launching of the database I felt was important. I think we need to work on this now. Street naming, with regard to street naming also, we have recently developed street naming convention. And we have already named all the streets of the capital city of Thimphu. We have even numbered the buildings, and we are expecting that this will help in introducing the street address system. That said, the country report that we have submitted few days ago, which I showed this morning also, I think we will resubmit the report. We will rework on that report. Give us some time, because we have missed a lot. And after going through all the presentations, looks like we'll have to improve that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marbu from Bhutan. So we are welcome if you want to add some additional information on your report. And thank you for additional information that regarding the activity in Bhutan. And I believe your information will be also beneficial to other countries, so we can share and learn each other. Okay, is there any more response or comment? Okay, from Indonesia, Pak Ade Komara, please, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask the Malaysian delegates, first of all, nice to meet you again, Pak Suhaimi. Okay. It's nice to see you healthy and in well-being. The question is regarding one of your slides. You state that you are going to standardize the naming for features in the sea beyond 3 nautical miles, exceeding 3 nautical miles. So the first, not the first question. The question is, what is so particular about 3 nautical miles? Is there any domestic regulation on that? Because like here in Indonesia, we use 4 nautical miles for provincial boundary. It's not exactly boundary, but we've given the right to the province to manage the natural resources within 4 nautical miles. Is that kind of similar regulation regarding your 3 nautical miles in Malaysia? And second one, what do you anticipate that exceeding 3 nautical miles need a special treatment in standardizing the names? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ade. Maybe Malaysia, would you give any comment or another explanation? Please, maybe Pak Suhaimi, time is yours.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bapak Adi Kumala. Nice to see you and to meet you in this forum. And I think we have a same understanding in terms of international regulation, what we call the international law of the sea. And also in Malaysia, we have a regulation that the countries and Malaysia, they are benefiting of 3 nautical miles of territory for the sea territory. This is under the regulation that we follow is the law. That's we call it the Akta Laut Wilayah. That's in English is Territorial Sea Act. So that's a limit the state for their territory is up to 3 nautical miles only. So after the 3 nautical miles, it becomes federal jurisdiction, and that's why we try to name the entities beyond the 3 nautical miles. We use this committee, which is led by the PHN, which is led by the Navy. Okay, that's is it answering your question, Pak Eddie?
Okay.
Thank you, Pak
Thank you.
Suhaimi, Mr. Suhaimi.
Thank you, Pak Suhaimi.
Thank you.
You have Akta Wilayah Laut. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You know already. That's all.
Thank you. So I see a raised hand from Myanmar, Mr. Zia Tue.
Yes,
Would
thank
you
you.
like to provide a comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have that in Malaysia and Indonesia, you have many islands. Some islands are with naming system. Some islands have no name system. How do you make standardization numbering system for the island? I would like to know this issue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ziat. Maybe from Indonesia first, and then from Malaysia. I will from Indonesia, Pak Ade.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Myanmar, for the question. It is an ongoing process, so we have not finished standardizing the name. So, like several years ago, we submitted in our country report to the UNGEGN 13,466 names, standardized names. Yes. So the information contains the names and its coordinates. And then recently we increased the number to 16,000 something, and it is still an ongoing process. Like in our gazetteer right now, that will be published by the end of this year, we were able to again increase the number of the island with standardized names to 17,000. We anticipate it will be more in the coming years. So it is a big work for us as well. So we we do whatever necessary, all means that we have, like we have resources in the Navy, we have resources in the Ministry of Maritime and Fisheries Affairs, we have resources in our National Mapping Agency at BIG ourselves. So we also work with the Ministry of Home Affairs that, you know, that has the authority to allocate which islands belong to which district and which provinces. So of course we do secondary data for our first identification, like satellite imagery, or because we also conduct our regular mapping programs. So from the result of that mapping programs, we identify the islands and so on and so on. So we try to look for the names of the island from secondary sources. But we do go to the field, like conducting the surveys using speedboats, small boats, big boats, so whatever necessary to reach the island. And because of the number of the islands, it's very high. So we have lots of islands, more than 17,000. It is an ongoing process, and we have not finished it yet. We don't know actually when we are going to finish it, because the dynamic nature of the island itself. So some islands can form naturally within like several years. Yeah, also it could also disappear within several years, because we do apply the as Malaysia said, the UNCLOS definition for islands. So we check the physical status of the island to comply with the UNCLOS definition. So many features that we thought was an island, when we went to the field and or validate the data, it turns out to be not an island. So we face that kind of problem as well. That's in short. It is an ongoing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ade. From Malaysia, if we'll give you the floor for comment from.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Pak Adi. Pak Adi also helped me to answer the question. Maybe the answer is the same. It's a similar situation in Malaysia, where we use the infrastructure that we have to control in terms of the position of the island. So when we know where is the exact location of the island, and the name is not a big issue, and we leave it to the state. In Malaysia, there is a state authority to choose the name that they like, and we just control in terms of the location of the island. And Of course, we in Department of Survey and Mapping in Malaysia, together with the state authority, we talk and we always discuss, and we try to solve the issue of duplicating or overlapping of the names in the database. So, of course, when if you have the database and it's good in the form of geospatial data, then we can manage the data properly and no issue into of the naming. And other than that, maybe we use a similar method in Indonesia that we control the name of the islands, not the name, but the entity, how to name the entity. If they are island, if they are rocks, if they are there's a submerged entity, then we identify it and we JUPEM and the Department of Survey and Mapping and the state authority will have a say to make it the entity as a island or not, or it is just a rock. That is the way we control the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suhaimi. So, is there any more comment or response?
Okay, thank you, Indonesia and Malaysia delegates, for your informative and comprehensive explanation regarding with how to make a data and how to collect the naming system for the Iceland. We have a southern part of coastal line. We have Magui archipelago. There's hundreds of Iceland. Some Iceland have names. Some have we don't have the names. That is why we are trying to make a numbering system. So if you have a numbering system for the Iceland, I would like to know. That's why I'm asked these questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. I see no more raised hand. So if any other question, if not, we can continue to the next agenda. Okay, I see no more raised hand. Question. And the next agenda is matters arising from the 8th Divisional Meeting of UNGEGN ASE Division. So as you know that during the 8th Division meeting last year, we have several resolutions. This is the resolution. So I would like to ask you whether there is any matters that you want to deliver regarding the follow-up of this resolution. So we already provide the progress on the report. So on the chairman report, I mean, and if there is any maybe unfinished tasks, maybe we can include in this current today's resolution, and we will follow up. So please, is there any matters rise from this resolution? I see no raised hand. So that's when we can continue to the next agenda. The next agenda is other matters. So we have here several issues. First, we will have a presentation about the collaborative platform. This will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Hasanuddin Yusa from BIG, Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia. So this collaborative platform is on progress, is still under development, but we will present to you how the system works. So after that, we can have a short discussion on this. So Mr. Hasanuddin, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me share screen first. So, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muhammad Yusa. So at this time, I would like to give a presentation about collaborative platform for UNGEGN ASE Division. So the collaborative platform was built as the realization of the work plan. It can be seen in the first action plan that at least in the 2021, we should have a final asset database and gazetteer standard. So we have developed the platform to achieve the standardized database and gazetteer for data exchange and publication among the country member. As we can see, this is the schema that was proposed at the previous meeting. That from this schema, we have implemented and set up all the requirements with several changes to improve and update the specification of the GIS data and sharing of the service. So at this scheme collaborative, every country member will have a role as a contributor. So they have the option to sharing their spatial data. The first option, if the country does not have a web map service online, they can upload their own file and store the spatial data into this collaborative platform system. The second one, if the country has a web service online, they can manage by their data in their server and share only the URL domain or service with OGC standard. So that it will integrate all the data into one collaborative platform system. We invite all the member country to contribute actively sharing the data spatial. We can start with the several thematic layer such as root of languages, major island names, administrative boundary with minimum of province level. If we want more to upload, it will be great. This is the new look of the new system. So in the left, it is the old one, but we still have same the domain name. We can access it by type the ASE Division -UNGGN.org. It already redirected automatically from the old one to the new one. The new one has same content with the old one, but with the some modification or changes. The most feature is about the database integration. So there are three types of user. The first is public, the second is contributor, and the third one is administrator. So for the public, they can access all the content and information. They can access the maps, they can access the gazetteer, they can access the generic terms. They also can view the about information, the gallery, links, publication, and events. For the contributor, they has a special privilege. They can manage their own gallery. They can manage their own database. They can upload their data. They can share the GeoService web URL. They can also upload the gazetteer data and also input the generic terms. So it's time for demo. The platform, the collaborative platform, can be accessed using the old domain ASE Division-UNGEGN.org. It will be directed to the new one. This is the landing page of collaborative platform. You can see here that from the top menu, we can access several information about the UNGEGN ASE Division, the member, the events, or the historical meeting, including the document, recording, etc. So here we also have the integration of the data in the mind map. So if the country have uploaded the data and set the visibility of the layer data be visible to public, it can be seen here. Every country will have their own account and will be sent in the following weeks by the Secretariat. This is the menu page for contributor to manage their data. We can send in here. This is the dashboard page for the contributor menu. There are several menu here. They can add the event. They can upload the album and also upload the image gallery. It also has a forum. We can start add the new topic and then discuss. But the most important things that for sharing collaboration, we have menu in database. As I have mentioned before, there are two options. First, the member country can upload the data. For example, I would like to upload the province boundary. For example, I have a note. And we can also set the visibility. If we choose no, So the data will not be visible for the public. If we choose yes, then the data will be visible in the landing page. So currently, the data vector format that we support is shapefile in a compressed file as a zip. So if we upload, then the data preview will be given, and then as we see here, we successfully add a province boundary. So we can see the preview in here. We can also delete if we want to delete this. So as we see here, the boundary also updated in the landing page. The second one for the option is to add the data by using a web service. For example, VAG also has a data for transportation route. By using web service, there are several types that are supported. We can use the ArcGIS base or JSON URL or GeoServer, both of WMS or WFS. If we set the visibility of the layer for public, then we will see the data here. We also can see the preview of the map and the attribute of the data here. The third menu for the database, we can also upload our gazetteer data here. So in here, the new gazetteer can be uploaded by using the certain format with CSV format. So we have a predetermined format in the column of name, feature type, country, region, latitude, and longitude. And the last menu for the database, we also provide the generic terms for each group, so that if you log in first, you will find that all of the feature name in this column in my country will be empty. So please update it by using generator in your region. So what next? The ASE Division Secretariat will send the manual guide and the user account information to its member country in the following week, so that we can start upload and integrate the data set into one platform. The second, the data that already uploaded to the old system will be migrated to new platform soon, for example, from Malaysia and Indonesia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yusa. So distinguished delegates, that's the maybe early version of the collaborative platform that we developed, and to be used by all member countries of the asset. And as mentioned that this collaborative platform, there are two methods to share the data. If you have your own web services, you may maintain the data in your own server and share the link of the services to this collaborative platform. And if you don't have the your own web service, you may upload the data into this platform, and the data will be fully maintained and managed by each member country. So no other country can manage your data, so or edit, or so it's really each country has its own access privilege, but they can see the other country data, but not to edit. And maybe we can start, for the start, maybe several layers like administrative boundary to provincial level, and then major road network within the country, and then major cities maybe for orientation is also important. And for the next, we can add several, any other layer like maybe tourism site, that so we can, each country may know better about the country in the asset member. So I think that's the platform. I open the discussion session for this platform. So if you have any suggestion, questions, or any other response to this, please raise your hand up. So we have here from Singapore, Mr. Jimmy. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just have one question for Singapore's situation. Right? We have submitted the map previously. So looking at the presentation and the demo earlier on, yeah, we are wondering if there's a need for us to upload the map ourselves when the system is ready, or would it be done back end with the map that we have submitted previously? Thank you.
Bisa jawab?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Isa will answer your question.
Yes. Yes. We already set up the user account for each country. So maybe in the next week, from the UNGEGN Secretariat, will distribute the account information and also give the manual guide so that it can be tested and upload directly to the system.
May I add something, Pak Arif, to answer Jimmy's question?
Okay, Pak Arif.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. We did receive your data, but even last night we had a discussion whether it is appropriate to show your data in the new platform. We are not sure about that, so we would like to make sure with you whether the data that you give to us, it is ready to be published to the public, or whether it is still, at some development stage, so that we are not allowed to publish the data. So again, it's up to you. Because every country will have the right to manage its own data. So the secretariat will not mingle into the authority of managing the data of each country. Okay.
Yeah, I hope that can answer the question.
Yes.
So you have the full authority whether to publish the data or not, but since your data is not presented here because we are not sure about the status of the data, so we do what just for what carefulness. Okay, is there any other comment or discussion? So maybe after you try, then you will, if you have a question, then you can send the email to the secretariat, and then we will provide the response for that. And we will send the manual guide, operating manual of this system, and also the credential for login credential, and then by the following week by the secretariat. Okay. Another matters that we propose is actually regarding the chairmanship, that Indonesian chairmanship will be ended by April 22 next year. Yeah. So just a few months to go. And I wonder if, since we are in the pandemic situation, I wonder if we can have a physical meeting on April. But for preparation, I think perhaps the meeting will be by virtual, unless the situation is changed different and the pandemic end, or we can travel between the countries. So if not, I would propose that each of the member country may send a letter, or we will send you such kind of form asking you whether you have intention to take turn on chairmanship of this ASET, Asia Southeast Division, and if not, then you have to nominate other country to take over the chairmanship. So we will propose such kind of system, because I don't think that we have to do the secret ballot for this. We are family, so in the last election also, we don't use formal ballot, but since we are in virtual situation, so I would propose that maybe 1 or 2 months before the next meeting, we will send you a form asking you whether you have intention to take turn the chairmanship, and if not, then you have to nominate other countries, and we will open your email maybe in the meeting, in the next meeting. So if that's okay for you, then we will do this. Otherwise, if you have other scenario or mechanism to elect the chair for the next chair, I will very welcome for that. So is there any comment or response on this issue? I have I see no response here, so I assume that all of you agree for this mechanism. So we will send you the email with a form asking you to nominate yourself, your country, I mean, or nominate other country. So we will discuss the result in the next meeting by April 2022. Okay, thank you. So is there any other matters that you want to raise up from member country? I see no response. So we can continue to the next agenda, the proposed resolution or outcome. So ada any draft, Okay. Can you make larger font? We cannot read this. Okay, thanks. So this is a proposed resolution or outcome from the Secretariat. So we are looking forward for your comment and response. And if you agree, we can put this into the resolution. So there are 6, sorry, if not change, resolution approved by during the meeting as follows. So the first resolution is appreciation towards the activities carried out by the ASE Division member countries in 2021. And then second, convene the international training on toponymy in 2022, but this subject to the situation of the COVID-19 outbreak. So hopefully we still plan to conduct the training because this is our promise. Even if say the chairmanship is already by other country, but Indonesia still has commitment to facilitate the international training on toponym. And then third resolution, the Asia Southeast Division Secretariat. The Asia Southeast Division Secretariat facilitate the contribution of ASE Division. So I repeat, ASE Division Secretariat facilitates the contribution of ASE Division member countries in the division website through a collaborative platform concept. So for all ASE Division member countries shall submit the update regional map, gazetteer, and generic tone through the collaboration platform. Of course, this is based on the data that you are willing to share with us, with the other country, I mean. And then the fifth resolution, preparation of the next chairman, UNGEGN ASE selection. So I think we can change this directly to what I said before, that the secretariat will send the form to the ASE member countries 2 months prior to the next meeting, and we will open the intention or the nomination from member country at the next meeting. So it also assist us to correct the wording, because so I will give to you to comment and respond to this. You may add, delete, or revise this resolution draft. So I open the discussion for this resolution. Is there any comment? Okay, from Indonesia, Pak Ade Komara.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we don't have any objection to the content of the resolution. However, we would like to make some correction, not correction, to number 5, just redactional editing to be equivalent with the other resolutions. So, okay, country members are requested to.
Yeah.
Or to nominate to, yeah, to indicate the, okay, the candidate of the next chairman. Or the next candidate of UNGEGN Asset Chairman. No, the candidate of the next UNGEGN Asset Division Chairman. Next, put next before UNGEGN Asset. Not the next candidate, the candidate for the next. The candidate of the next UNGEGN Asset Division Chairman. And just delete the first sentence preparation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ade. So is there any comment, other comment for this resolution? So we don't propose the new task in this resolution because the chairmanship will about to end by next April. So if I see no more response to this, so I think we keep this resolution if you all agree, and we can continue to the next agenda. So okay, we can continue to the next agenda. So regarding the date and venue of the next meeting. So I'm not sure if the COVID situation of the next meeting will end and we can travel like normal situation. But if because it's about say 5 months to go, I think, and the situation of the COVID also still uncertain in our region. Also, some country maybe has the increased number of the victim. So I think we propose to conduct the next meeting virtually, but mostly on April after the Idul Fitri celebration maybe, because that's the yeah about itu yeah Idul Fitri Mei. Oh, okay, we will inform you about the date, but most likely it will be April or May maybe. So is there any other proposal for the date and venue of next meeting? I'll say April or May. Huh? Yeah, it's May. What? So, Pak Ade from Indonesia will deliver something.
Mr. Chair, since the period of the presidency will end in April 2022, so we'd like to propose to have the meeting in April so that we will not exceed the period of the chairmanship of the division.
Okay, we will find a better date in April, and then we will inform the exact date to each member countries using by email. If there is no more response. Okay, and then if the secretariat will prepare for the minutes of meeting of this meeting. So please provide us about 15 minutes break. And after speak, we will continue the meeting to prepare the minute of meeting. So I temporarily scores. I'll break this meeting for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Data becomes one of the precious assets in this digital information era. Including geospatial data, play a role to support decision and policy making through comprehensive analysis. As an example, geospatial information that has been processed from geospatial data can be used to support Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, in Indonesia. Geospatial information may be used to formulate policies and carry out geospatial-related activities. Why is geospatial data necessary to support SDGs? Indonesia has enacted Presidential Decree or Perpres number 59 of 2017 on implementing the achievement of SDGs. This regulation states that National Action Plan or NAP of SDGs should be synchronized with National Midterm Development Plan. According to the SDGs target, Indonesia's SDG achievements rose slowly between 2016 and 2020. Then, Geospatial Information Agency or BIG, with its competency in data processing and geospatial information, formulated a geospatial information roadmap for Golden Indonesia by 2045. BIG will integrate geospatial and statistical data to be processed into spatial data. Through a One Data, One Map policy, the integration among social welfare, inclusive economy, and habitable environment will realize sustainable development in Indonesia. The role of geospatial information in the SDGs. Implementations of geospatial information to support sustainable development are: 1. Organizing a competition of geospatial-based application development to support SDGs, which is available to all Indonesian students. 2. Creating prototype of SDGs mapping at village level by integrating statistical and spatial data. The result will be reported in the UNGEGN APE Working Group 3 Forum. 3. Mapping the area of rice fields throughout Indonesia by means of the Natural Resource Balance Method. This accurately mapped data will give an impact on the effectiveness of the state budget revenue and expenditure, including subsidy of fertilizer, agricultural tools, and seeds. Balance mapping of natural resource has been also used for other commodities, for instance, palm oil and corn. Through One Map policy in Indonesia, we expect all existing data can be visualized spatially and integrated for each part in the sustainable development. Therefore, Golden Indonesia can be achieved.
Okay, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. We are now ready to present to you the minute of meeting. So we will start again the meeting, and the next agenda is presentation about the minute of meeting by the reporter. So, Mr. Aldila, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honored delegates, my name is Aldila Pradana from Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, act as the reporter on this meeting. Please allow me to read the minutes of meeting on the 9th Divisional Meeting UNGEGN ASE. I will start from the first page, confirmation report. The attached report of the 9th Divisional Meeting United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Name Asia Southeast Division held virtually on 24th November 2021. Decision, recommendation, and resolution contained in the report are subject to approval of each representative government. First, Mr. Muhammad Arif Shafi'i, Chair of the division. Then Mr. Gele Norbu, representative of Bhutan. Is it the correct spell, Mr. Gele Norbu?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Next, Ms. Nurzeti Akhtar Haji Abdul Hamid, representative of Brunei Darussalam. Delegates from Brunei Darussalam, is it the correct name?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mr. Ade Komara Mulyana, representative of Indonesia. Is it the correct spell, Mr. Ade Komara?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, thank you. Next, representative of Lao People Democratic Republic, Ms. Amala Keonuchan. Is it the correct spell, Ms. Amala? Ms. Amala, is it the correct name? Okay, while we wait confirmation for Ms. Amala, we will move to the next delegate. Mr. Soheme bin Haji Rasidi, representative of Malaysia. Is it the correct name, Mr. Soheme? I think you still mute, Mr. Soheme. Or another delegates from Malaysia, could you confirm the name for the person who signed the minutes of meeting? Mr. Hazri or Mr. Wan Muhammad Darani?
The spelling is correct for the name.
Okay, the person who will sign the minutes of meeting is Mr. Sohaime bin Haji Rasidi, right?
Yeah, true.
Okay, correct. Thank you, Mr. Next, the representative of Myanmar, Mr. Zia Hatwe. Is it correct, sir?
It's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, representative of Philippines, Mr. Leo Grafil. Is it correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, representative of Singapore, Mr. So Keng Peng. Is it correct, sir?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, a representative of Vietnam, Ms. Du Thi Tu Tui. Is it correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move to the next page. 9th Divisional Meeting United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, Asia Southeast Division. Attending members, Bhutan, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Lao Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam. The list of participants appears as Annex A. Opening remarks, Muhammad Arif Shafi'i, Chairman of the UNGEGN ASE Division, delivered the opening remarks. Adoption of agenda. The agenda was tabled by the chair and adopted in the meeting. This is the summary of Chairman's report. The delegates are encouraged to read the summary. Is there any comment or suggestion on the summary? Next page, please.
Aldila, sorry, can you go back to the first page? The second paragraph, the last sentence. Yeah, therefore, Indonesia requested UNGEGN ASE Division member countries be prepared to continue the chairmanship for the next period. I would like to propose to change the word to continue to become to take over or something like that, just to prevent misinterpretation that the chairman proposed to continue his chairmanship.
Okay, Mr. Ade Komara Mulyana. Is it okay, Mr. Ade Komara? Okay. Any other country would like to comment on this part? Okay, I don't see another country would like to comment this part. So we'll move to the next part. Country reports. A. UNGEGN ASE Division member country reports. First from Bhutan. Do delegates from Bhutan would like to revise the country report? So is it okay if I skip this part, Mr. Gilly?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move to the next country, Brunei Darussalam. This is the summary of the country report from Brunei Darussalam. Is there any delegates from Brunei Darussalam would like to confirm or comment on this part?
It looks okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move to the part next country report from Indonesia. It's quite long. Please, Mr. Ade Komara or another delegates from Indonesia, would you have any comment or revision on this part?
Well, I just would like to make it shorter so that it is comparable to like Bhutan and Brunei Darussalam. Because my impression is that we have more or less equal content of the reports from each countries.
If leadership received it and improving themselves after receiving the feedback,
Okay, I'll try to summarize or to make it more concise. Please continue with other countries.
Okay, Mr. Adi. So while we're waiting from Indonesia to revise the summary of country report, we will move to the next country from Lao People's Democratic Republic. This is the summary that we tried to write. Is it okay, or there any comment on this part? Delegates from Lao, are you still in this meeting room? Okay, there is no delegation from Lao. I think we will move to the next country from Malaysia. This is the summary of country report from Malaysia. Is there any comment, sir?
Can you zoom in? Tak dengar. Tak, can you zoom in?
Mr. Sohaimi or Mr. Wan Muhammad Darani or Mr. Hazri? Okay, Mr. Darani, thank you for the confirmation. Now we'll move to the next country from Myanmar. This is the summary report from Myanmar. Mr. Zia Hatway, do you have any comment or would like to revise the summary of your country report?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we will move to the next country, Philippines. This is the summary of your country report. Delegates from Philippines, Mr. Leo, maybe? Do you have any comment or would like to revise the summary of your country report?
It's okay.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation, sir. Now we will move to the next country, Singapore. This is the summary of your country report. Is there any comment, Mr. Soh Keng Peng or Mr. Jimmy?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'd like to propose some minor changes. For example, in line 3, to do the following capturing national data set, I'd like to add the word capturing national mapping data set. And for the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line, the fifth and sixth line, can I propose to change that to national mapping database to develop various smart nation applications. To develop various smart nation applications. Applications, including self-driving platforms, develop various smart nation applications, including self-mobility. Can I say self-mobility platforms, construction automation platforms, construction automation, and and then amongst others. Yeah, and we can delete the rest of the lines. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. No further changes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now we'll move to the next country, Vietnam.
Please now prepare the department. Is the department? Yeah, it's okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you for your confirmation. Now Mr. Adi, for the revision.
We are still working on that.
Okay, while we're waiting from Indonesia to revise the summary of country report, we'll move to the part B, discussion on country reports. First, Bhutan will update and add some information to the country report. The Secretariat welcomes and expect the update report from Bhutan soon. May I have expected date from delegates from Bhutan to when you will send the revise of country report, sir? Mr. Gillen.
Well, I need to. Okay. Well, I need to first hold a meeting with my technical people, and then I will communicate through email. I cannot set the date just now because looks like there are quite a lot of things to do. The report that we have already shared with you is, I thought was not enough, not okay. We will do a detailed one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gilenobu. So we will communicate with Bhutan through the email.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Number 2, Indonesia comment on the plan of Malaysia to standardize the naming of maritime feature exceeding 3 nautical miles and asks the special reason for distance of 3 nautical miles. Malaysia answered that according to a national act, the maritime boundary of a state is determined up to 3 nautical miles, and the maritime area beyond that will be under the authority of the federal government. Is there any comment from delegates from Indonesia or Malaysia about this part?
For Malaysia, it's okay. It's now we accept that second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sohaimi from Indonesia.
Indonesia is okay.
Thank you, Pak Ade. Number 3, Myanmar asks Indonesia and Malaysia about the activities and guideline in standardizing island name. Indonesia and Malaysia state that it is an ongoing process, not only in standardizing the name, but also in verifying whether a certain feature compiles with UNCLOS definition of an island. Indonesia and Malaysia have similar procedures in standardizing the island names. Is there any comment from Myanmar, Indonesia, or Malaysia on this part? Myanmar maybe first.
Yeah, my question is okay. The answer is from Indonesia and Malaysia sides.
Okay, thank you. From Malaysia.
From Malaysia, no problem. Okay, you can accept.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then from Indonesia.
Indonesia is okay as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ade Komara. Now we'll move to the part 3. Matters arising from the 8th Divisional Meeting of UNGEGN ASE Division. There is no discussion. Is there any comment from another country or delegates about this part? Okay, don't see any delegates raise the hand. So we'll move to the next part, part 4, other matters. The chair invite members of the meeting to raise any other matters to the floor. The chair tabled a matter to be discussed regarding the collaborative platform. Presentation on collaborative platform by Secretariat of ASE Division. Muhammad Asanuddin Yusa explained the progress of transforming the division website into a collaborative platform that can be accessed at www.acedivision-ungegen.org. He highlighted that ASE Division member countries could contribute to the collaborative platform as a contributor. The collaborative platform facilitates ASE Division member countries to add and modify their data with various data types. Secretariat of ASE Division will send the login information to each country members, and each country member is encouraged to submit the following data through this platform. First, administrative boundaries on the province level or better, major cities, major islands, national gazetteers, and generic terms. On the collaborative platform mechanism, ASE Division Secretariat ensure that each ASE Division member country has the authority to manage its data. Is this all the part 4? Any comment from delegates about this part? Okay, I don't see any delegates would like to comment this part. So we'll move to the next part, part 5, resolutions. There are 5 resolutions approved during the meeting as follows. First, appreciation towards activities carried out by the ASE Division member countries in 2021. 2, confirm the international training on toponymy in 2022. Subject to the situation of COVID-19 outbreak. Third, the ASE Division Secretariat facilitates the contribution of ASE Division member countries in the division website through a collaborative platform concept. 4, all ASE Division member countries shall submit the updated regional map, gazetteer, and generic terms through the collaborative platform. And 5, all ASE Division member countries are requested to nominate the candidate of the next UNGEGN ASE Division chairmanship. It's all the part 5 of minute of meeting. Is there any delegates would like to comment or revise on this part? I don't see any delegates would like to comment or revise. So we'll move to the next part, part 6. Date and venue of the next meeting. Indonesia will host the 10th ASE Divisional Meeting in April 2022 as the chairmanship period ends. Is there any comment from another delegates about this part? Okay, we'll back to Indonesia. Mr. Ade Komara, are you finished to revise the summary of country report?
Yes, you can go back to Indonesia's country report. So we deleted some details to make it shorter, but leaving the main topics or the main items of the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ade Komara. So we will move to the last part of the minutes of meeting. The minutes of meeting prepared by Septian Dewi Chayani as secretary and me, Aldila Pradana, as a reporter. There is Annex A, the list of participants. Each delegate encouraged to check your name in this list of participants, just in case your name is still not in here. If there are any delegates not yet fill the attendance list, you may fill the attendance list, and the link to the attendance form is already shared on the chat. Okay, that's all the part of Annex A. Is there any comment from delegates about this part?
Excuse.
Yes, from Malaysia, Mr. Sohim.
Yeah, from Malaysia, I want to make a small amendment. That's the number 39.
Okay.
The name is Wan Muhammad Darani. Muhammad there.
Okay. Wan Muhammad Darani bin Abdurrahman.
Right. M-O-H-A-M-A-D. M-O-H-A-M-A-D. M-A-D. All right, correct. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think it's from Brunei also have a comment. Hajat Nurati Bakar. Brunei. Hajah Nurati Bakar, is it correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. I also have a message from Philippines. There's still missing Director Brian A. De la Cruz. Is it correct? Delegates from Philippines? Delegates from Philippines, can you confirm the name?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comment or you would like to revise on the Annex A? No more? Okay, I think that's all from minutes of meeting, the 9th Divisional Meeting UNGEGN ASE. So I will return the floor to the chair, Mr. Muhammad Arif Shafi'i. Please, Mr. Arif, the floor is back to you.
Okay, thank you, Aldila. So distinguished delegates, now we come to the end of the agenda. So we will send the minutes of meeting by email to each of you. And then the signing of the minute of meeting will be done digitally. So using application. So please, because we have to send one by one in sequence. So a little bit of time, but hopefully we will do it by this week, hopefully, or next week at the latest. So I would deliver my appreciation to all of the participants who attend the meeting, and also you provide the valuable time for this meeting. And thank you very much. I hope you are always in good and health condition during this pandemic. Please keep safe, and hopefully we can meet again next year in April for the next meeting. So again, thank you very much for your attention and cooperation. We look forward to meeting you in April next year. So I will give the floor to MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. Distinguished delegates, I would like to inform you once again, if you haven't filled the attendance form yet, please fill it through the link prepared by the organizer. And the secretary will send the minute of the meeting and the tutorial of how to sign the minute of meetings to your email. And next, before we close the meeting, we will have the photo session. To the distinguished delegates, please turn on your camera. Get ready to pose and give your best smile. Okay. 3, 2.
Wait.
Okay, wait. Please turn on your camera. Be prepared and give your best smile. Please turn on your camera for a photo session. The delegates from Singapore, can you? Okay, thank you. Okay, please be prepared, and I will take the guide. The photo session will take in 3, 2, and 1. And for the next page, please stay prepared. The photo will take in 3, 2, and 1. Do we have the third page? Okay, only 2. Thank you very much for all of the delegates. And we finally come to the end of the meeting. I would like to say thank you very, very much for giving your valuable time to attend this meeting. May you stay healthy and safe. Thank you for your attention, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And see you next April.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay
Hope to see you
healthy and
again.
safe.
Thank you. See you in April.
Thank you.
See you
Thank you.
next
Thank you.
year.
Bye.
Bye.